like we're good with the spamming. Welcome on in, I hope you're fine and all that. I have a feeling that the music in the background is not audible at all, because that fucking song is quiet then high in here. Where is the song? Yeah, that song is quiet. Can't do that. That shall be better. I mean, it's just another song. It's the same. It's the same. Oh. And then you might be in an ad break. I don't. At this point, I don't fucking know. Oh. Holy shit. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, that based in time. You know, you never really explained how to pronounce your name. You know that. Yeah, I mean that's the thing that I do. I'm doing the ad break at the beginning of the stream because most of the time we have no one here, and refused. Hi, welcome on. And so that kind of helped to push the next ad break to like 30 minutes from there, which is pretty okay. But yeah, we have some news and I have some answers for you, Danny. So that's useful. But you did good. Overall, you did good, and you understood where you had mistakes. So that's neat, as always. And overall, the necessity for like asking clients is not necessary, but most of the time it is beneficial. So if you want to go in like and jump in the design directly and do shit because you feel inspired by the project, you can do so. It just means that you will have more iteration rounds later on. But if you go with question first, which is what you said, and trying to get some mood board and client visions and all that in the beginning, then it might be better. You will have less iteration. Like for example, I'm working with someone else for another design project, and we have some I think we have some communication issues on how I see things and how they see things, and there are some issues here and there that will be fixed later on. But for now, we need the bulk of the project to go through, and then we can move on to nitpicking, like, oh, that color is not good, or that spacing should be bigger, or whatever. But for now, that's it. And when it comes to navigation, knowing that the navigation is one of the most important thing on the website, I would highly recommend you to, for the next project, to do things like what you explained, which is making sure that the client has a very specific vision, or hasn't, or doesn't have a very specific vision, and then from there, iterating from that vision or that absence of vision. But if you just started in, fine. It's just, as I say, it's just like a bit of an iteration process where later on you will have more stuff to do. So yeah, other than that, good. So in the news, and thing that could be useful for everyone, I stumbled upon this one again, and I forgot to share it in the past. So we have that website that is design principle, or principles.design, which technically or basically is or has a ton of principle that exist that you can just click on and have a bit of a good principle of design checklist, and that's useful in some way. For now, this website is kind of small. It will be like, I mean, kind of small. 195 is not small, but it's still not as small. I mean, not as big as the amount of principle that we have in design in general, but still, it's still great. Some of them you will see if you read everything, which 195 is a lot, but if you read everything, you will find that they have some overlapping. So for example, if I go back here, these 10 principle, the is inclusive is probably gonna be overlapping with others, and that this one is more for the newest companies. This one is for the startups, and this is for mid-range to startup to depending on, right? Collaboration is always good, but depending on the size of the company, they will or will not be implementing that. So yeah. Yeah, I think like one of the ID that you can have is checking with the existing. That's something that we do a lot of time, but this website being good, you take the first page and that's it. No more, no less. Like just that, you click on everything and you just do a screenshot of the navbar, or you just click in there and you do a screenshot of that section. And you put that in a mood board type of thing. I think you do that as well anyways, but it's just like just clipping that very, very specific element. Like for example, if I want to go here, which is one of the greatest, newest website that we have specifically for the loading stage in between the current state, which is the hero header, and then when I scroll, the alpha tango is gonna move. If you haven't seen that, that's just great in terms of how it behaves. We love that, and that header navbar is technically a doc, and so you just take a screenshot of that, and you don't need the rest to pollute or bring noise to the clients. And technically, I'm looking at that right now. For the logo that we thought about for Niche It last time, I think that curve, basically the type of personality thing that I think would be interesting to add on his logo. But yeah, technically, right, you just do that in screenshots, and then when that's done, you share that to the client, and they say, I like this one, I don't like this one, I want that, I don't want that. Maybe specifically like this. They like it a lot. Maybe they don't. This one is really interesting. The only design pattern that a lot of people have noticed and like talked about is this icon and buttons that are technically going outside of the button itself, and so that's interesting for a lot of people. And that's basically anything. I mean, the only thing that I've heard of about that website. And then the header is once scrolled very, very big, but when it's not scrolling, then it's easier to understand. I mean, not pilled. So yeah, anyway, I love this website. Yeah, The designer that I'm working with is doing, or not necessarily doing a mood board, but kinda doing a mood board. Technically, we worked with the header and hero section first before we moved through the rest of the pages, or the rest of the content of that page. And so if we found something and we were like, yeah, this is exactly what we need, like, I don't know, I'm just clicking on this one, but we said like, yeah, this is exactly the type of design that we need. What are the design principles that exist here, and what is the language used? This is a friendly-ish corporate landing page with a bit of a squiggle effect on the hero, but it's just like simple color, a bit of testimonial logos, and another color here that just tells me, oh, there is something else underneath. I can scroll that. If you prevail, hi, welcome on in. And so that, right, by just doing this of working on the header and the hero section, then we can say, well, from that vibe that we have, we can continue the design language across the rest of the content, and that should work. The main issue that I see here is these illustrations just don't match with that illustration here, but that's a detail. As long as everything is kind of clean, you're kind of good. But you have this squiggly thing all around, even that font. I think it could be interesting to have like squiggly-ish lines around here, but that's a me thing. But yeah, it's pretty neat. And so by going back to what I was saying, just working on the hero header helps. And then if you've seen in the past the footer design, or footers design, I never know, footer design, where, well, it's the opposite. Instead of focusing on the hero header, which is what most landing page are focused on, focusing on the footer are also really interesting. And so you get that same vibe when you look at everything. So yeah. No, he's not. She's not. She's not working on that. She's working on another project that you haven't seen yet. But yeah. Anyways, this, like, creating a vibe, creating an overall consensus on that works, that doesn't work, and starting with one element that is what the people and user will see the most, then that's interesting. So that's why the header is most important. I know that most of it, if I'm loading this and the header isn't appealing, I will not scroll more. Not do that. I could. Well, could. But yeah, for example, that vision of teeny tiny glass effect could have been added here. And then on scroll it moves. That could have been interesting. And then also the logo, I think if the logo had been here, maybe it's a size issue. No. If we had that would be like a hint that there is something underneath, and that you kind of need to scroll to see the rest of the content. But overall, that landing page is just great. I just have, apparently, once again, the worst internet connection ever, and so nothing loads. Other than that, we're good. Yeah, we've been on it since last year, I think, when the layer.to has been released. I think I'm not logged in. on this one right there. But that website has, oh, and I can't do that, right? Fuck. Second. For fuck's sake. This fucking thing just doesn't wanna. Oh shit, I can't type. Cool. Does that work? Seems like it did. Cool. The layer.to navigation bar used to have a bit of a progressive blur right here, and so we used it as a reference on another website ID. But yeah, I don't think, a lot of people were saying that it could be the next phase of design. I think it's the same as this, like this gradient color, not blur, at the bottom, and so just using that as a blur instead of a color, or a combination of both could work. But overall, I think it's a really already existing concept. It's just like used better. I think it has been created like in iOS. I mean, iOS 17 has been implementing it a lot, but I think it's iTunes or Apple Music 2 versions ago or 3 versions ago that they implemented this on the cover art, I think. So yeah, but it's great. I have also that I don't know. Debatable. So depending on the amount of thing that you want to do and reference that you want to have, make sure that you don't, as I say, cluster yourself into an industry that you might leave in the next like 15 years, like me. Like right now, the type of work that I want to do is more or less consulting rather than hands-on project design, even though I do love designing as its own thing, but just consulting and helping businesses and also like singular entities is more important to me. So that dot design that I have, that AOA.design, is still good because I'm consulting into the design world. But if I had like a AOA.com, which doesn't exist, or is not really existing, then you miss on the opportunity to branch out in the future. So beginning of my speech was just the first one, DennyBug.com, is pretty interesting because it's less associated with design, and so as I said, you're not clustering yourself into design only and just working in design for the rest of your life with that URL, knowing that the referencing and SEO that will be achieved with time will inevitably give you some things that a website that is like a dot design with your name will have a better referencing than if someday you decide to go into a Denny's dot finance, I don't know, because you're doing a finance thing, then the referencing on that website will be lower. So you need to know that a global or globally understood website is better. So .com will be better. that are dot design, like for example the dot studio that I have, because it's specific to the me studio thing that I want to create, then it makes sense and it will be existing up until um, that studio disappears. So for now, I paid for the domain for 10 years. So we have the domain for 10 years. And that's it. Like, that's also a thing. If you know that the domain is interesting, pay for more than 1 year. That's always good. Always good. And then I kind of saw that. And can you give me the answer to that? Because this is bullshit for me. I don't know why. You know why. I mean, at least I do. I don't know that this specific Twitter account is like a shitposting account, but still. That there is no I don't know. This is only an I know location. That, yeah. Shrif, hi, welcome on in. Yeah. The only thing is that, as I said, if Dennybuck dot like
the real Criff is now following
is the next endeavor that Denny wants to do, like in 10 years from now, creating a new website without or with a new referencing and a new SEO and a new all of that might be more complicated, but in 10 years we never know, right? In 10 years, maybe things have changed and you end up with something that is easier to grasp. I don't know. But also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How did you find the stream? Kind of want to know. Is that... Yeah, it was. So for this thing, if you didn't know, that behavior is for a very specific kind of people, and that behavior is for a very specific kind of people. Usually what we say is about, I think it's, I never know if it's 13 or 30, which is a lot of a difference, but I think it's like 13% of the population is using that. And there is a very how can I say that? Very good explanation for that. Technical changes. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. But if you don't know, this is because if you are right-handed, it's easier to check your right thumb with the home button, and if you are left-handed, it's easier to push the button with your left thumb. For 13 or 30% of the left-handed people, usually they will go with this, and for the right-handed people, they will go with this. And so it just depends on your habits, and there is no I don't know why. It's just depending on you. If you are right-handed, you will use your phone this way. Anyways, side notes. Lots of side notes. Things have happened, and I have discovered things. So, for some of you in the past, we've had some issues with the moooom UI kit.
Mom,
which had some issues in the downloading of the zip file. I think that was the main issue. So from now on, I think if I can do that, I will introduce some sort of a PDF with a download link, and that download link will directly duplicate the Figma file to your library directly, and so you just have to then use that and potentially publish it if you need to. But that's the discovery that I made during the weekend. Apparently, what I need to do is every time that I need to do a release, I need to duplicate the current file and take that duplicate, put it in my draft, and then have that as a link. So yeah. Yeah. That's basically it, yes. It's not exactly the page content, because of obviously it will change. But when you have, if we take that example of design from designer to dev, if you have a thing that is currently saying or stating designing thing for the user, and then tomorrow it's developing thing for the user, it's the same copy, it's just one word that changed. And so technically speaking, Google doesn't like really need to crawl through the entire website again. It's just like, oh, there is a change of word, cool, and that's it. But it's the same pages that already had a certain amount of views and all that, so that's useful. But yeah, basically that's it. Which is kind of sad, because for me, I've been having AI.design since 2014, 2013 maybe. I don't know, a long time. And I know I have like creative things going on, but I don't know if the creative things will still be design related. So not great. You can always have like a development dot AOA dot design, which is like dev dot, but it's still not a good thing. It doesn't feel like a good option to have for referencement, SEO and all that. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. That fucking music is bad. So yeah, that's the ID. It's a broad ID, but it's still an ID. And so for the icon thingy and the UI kit, it's mainly that you will now have access to a download link for duplicating directly from the Figma file to your Figma environment, and then for everything else that is like downloadable, meaning for the dev that have both the UI kit or the icon kit, then you get something that is a zip file that contains all the SVGs one by one. And then later, if we can have some sort of a framework for devs, I don't know how we could have that, but whatever. Then we will have that. But for now, no. So we'll see. We'll see. But that's easier to grasp. I think I cleaned up most of the icon names in the naming convention in here, but I don't think it has been transferred there. So that's one of the things we need to do today. So for example, this one is supposed to be delete and not cross, and this one is going to be check circle, and this one is going to be delete circle. So that's simple. I did a thing to check which one were duplicated and non-duplicated, so it seems Like some of these have or still have underscores instead of dashes, which is not great. And then I think the pin delete is called redelete for some reason. I think it's because it was named removed and then I named it delete without removing the RE of remove. That happens. We should be good. We should be good on most of the icons' names, which is one of the things that SRAD said on their UI kit, that one of the reasons why they took so long, and I think I shared that in one of these somewhere in the general chat. I think either there or is it there now? There? Nah. Anyways, they're basically saying things like they are taking like a lot of time to release things, because if specifically for naming convention, if there is like naming change in the future, it is breaking for most of the people that are using the kit, and so that's why they took so much time, which is kind of sad because most of you who bought the kit already may have some issues with this. But yeah, also the fucking... Can you be quiet, please? I don't think it will. I don't think you can hear it. Hopefully. But yeah, all that being said, I don't know exactly how things are named right now, and it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. I think I need to export my icons here once, then replace them by these ones tomorrow. It's a lot of work for nothing, just for the fucking names, which pisses me off because I've said that I will release it 2 weeks ago again, specifically for you to have the duotones when you bought the icon packs, and I'm still there not releasing it. So that's annoying. But it will be released. It will be released. I swear. I swear. It is soon. I hope so. So yeah, I also have planned these on the post. So on the monthly, I think we can see that here. On the monthly, I have all of the duotones starting in like 30 minutes. There is a post that is coming out. I have like 130 posts that are, 130, not 130, no, I have 70, I have 2 months of posts basically loaded and ready to go. So that's pretty good. I think if, as always debatable, but if I create the solid icons as well, then we can go through a double post per day that will boost engagement. And then last piece of news, that was a lot, I finally did that. So we finally finished the basic JavaScript during the weekend, and now we are on the ES6 overall thing. It has 29 exercise, so we'll do that on Thursday, I think. And I'll be lost. I say that I'll be lost in the beginning for sure. Oh, it's already fucking. There's a for loop going on right there. That's. I hate this. I have no choice there. But that's for later. Like later, not today. So yeah, so that's pretty good. And I think, as I said, I think the naming convention is good. We have right names for most of the icons, and a consistency when it comes to how can I say that, the icons, like these ones are called I mean, technically this one is muted and deafened, but they are, because they are specific, but most of the dashed one are called disabled, unless we have a very specific name for that. So for example, I think it's these ones are all called like disabled. This one is disabled as well, this one is disabled as well. And then here, instead of plus, we have add, minus, check, delete. And then when we have the trash icon, which is technically here, it's called trash because that's easier. One of the things that I didn't do was the heart. I don't know if I want to call that heart, or if I want to call that favorite, or if I want to call that like. So it depends on you and how you want to name things. And then if you tell me it would be better to be liked instead of favorite, I will change that before I release it. But yeah, most of the time things are pretty good. I think we're missing like some icons, like for example here we have an icon of a database with a bookmark, and we don't have an icon of a database with art like. So it depends. It's also like kind of complicated to say, well, you can like a database. Bookmarking a database is more like mostly something that can happen. Liking a database, I don't know. Maybe. Probably, and I just don't know how. So, all of that exists. Let me kill that. I think I made an update to that. I'm still fighting the fav icon. I don't know what I want to have right here, so I'm waiting. But yeah, I changed the logo, so now we have the No Mercy logo. That's neat. And I changed that. We have this Lenny. That's you. It's you for now. This one will be Stony, as far as I know. So, yeah. I took your picture from your website, which was kind of tiny, but it's fine. And then I had to add like an effect on it to make sure that it was black and white. So that took a bit. Yeah. And then as always, this entire thing works in light mode. And so one of the things that I saw is the light mode image for the grid in the at the top. It doesn't work in dark mode because it's a fucking image. So it doesn't come through, which is kind of sad. Oh no, it's fine. I mean, I think it's good if I have the effect anyways. So yeah, don't worry about it. were really pink on this entire thing, which I like a lot. And we're using the moooom icons in here. That makes a lot of sense. We're using the SVG components for Framer, which is pretty great. And now, as I said, now this is sending me or you directly into the Stripe buy now cart, except this one is supposedly sending you to contact, which doesn't work. So that's kind of sad. I need to send you to my Twitter, because that would be easier. Or my email, I don't know. I want to get rid of the contact section, which is kind of useless. And technically that we have like 5 questions which are exactly the same as the FAQ. So I think, I mean, this template was great. I think I will have to reframe things like the home and the difference with the studio and the difference with the work. Even though everything is already visible, I think the work is useless. I think if I could have everything in one page, I would. Just for now, I don't know yet. Specifically, if I have that with testimonials, work I've done, no article because that's useless. Transider, hi, what for wanted? How are you? And maybe the pricing after the word of appreciation could be useful, just to transfer that thing. That maybe, I don't know. Also had a really hard time to organize these fucking things, to make them make sense when it comes to size. It just, Framer doesn't allow me to size them properly, so I don't know what to do. I need to do the same thing that I did here, and this is bad. This is bad. Let's go back to dark mode. Dark mode is better anyways. This thing. And Transider, how are you? How was your last 2.5 weeks, I think, since the last time I've seen you? Also, in 2.5 weeks, I was out, so yeah. So yes, that has news. It needs, I think, 5 icons, same shit that I have here, and yeah, we'll see about that when that happens. It's better. I think it's better now. I'm still weird. I still have some issues with the inner ear problem that I had like 3 weeks ago, and it's really weird. Like, for when I came back from the hospital, I needed to sleep on this ear to be okay and not have the room spin and being fine. And now if I sleep on this one, I feel like I'm gonna throw up almost immediately. And if I move a bit too much, it's like horrible, so that's not great. And then I had to go back to some of the medicine that I'm taking, so I probably look tired, or more tired than usual today, because I had to take some medicine again. But other than that, we're good. Yeah, I hope I can. I think the spinny thing is okay, will take time. There are some days where I'm like, oh, I need to sit down. And there are some instances where I'm sitting down and I'm like, oh, I need to lay down. Okay, cool. And yeah, when you're walking outside and you're like, I should lay down. Not an option. So there is that. And then I'm trying to reinstate some viable microbiome in my stomach and all that. So eating shit that is spicy as fuck and also acidic, but not too acidic, but also kind of extremely acidic. That is what we're doing at that moment. Ah, shit. Sorry, I saw some names, and I think they have some issues. Anyways, yeah. But I wish I recovered faster. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, I have no choice, right? I had no choice. Looking at the icons from here, also didn't really talk about it, but kinda. Looking at the icon from here, we end up with things that are extremely visible compared to others. So you can see that these 4 icons here are kind of more visible, these ones as well. And these are the ones that are technically solid. Like they're not solid yet, but still technically solid. So that will or need something. I don't know exactly what I can do to make that understandable in a duotone format. I think that makes sense in like lined format, but in duotone maybe I don't need the lines inside. I just need the outline. Let me try that. Just for the sake of trying. If that was truly technically nah, it's needed. Alright, I said nothing. Forget about it. Also, that's needed. These songs have no fucking energy to them. That pissing me off. That's better. Someone also asked for very specific layouts, and we didn't have specification on what type of layout we need to do. So other than potentially in the navigation, adding some of the base layout that I have, so the layout that I do love with a sidebar we already have, but the same layout with a header could be pretty interesting instead of just having that. So that could be a thing, so that we have a bit of a preview. I think that is the main point, but I don't know. It's kind of Like it's simple as well. How much we have? 12, 8, 20 instead of 16. It's the same representation just to make sure that we have that with a bit of a background. The idea for this is to potentially give you, as the user, the ability to just check that and copy paste this entire thing into your design, and that way you get something that is like really easily scalable, and you can just take your content. Like for example, if you had, it's kind of weird, but if you had a mix of a header and a sidebar, then you can have that, and then maybe you don't have a workspace and you just have subpages, you don't have these things, and that's subpages there. That's an option, and that way it's already auto layouted and you just need to check the content that is here. That's an option. I don't know, it depends on you, maybe, mainly. I think the representation I did in that was a long time ago. My Stony file was pretty good, but also damn it, this one. I guess that's the one from the old folder. It has the most content, then it takes the most time to load. How's your coffee going? Oh, this doesn't fucking... The things like this, I absolutely think these presentation and representation of how the layout is behaving or could behave is interesting. As long as we have something that makes sense in terms of color scheme, should be good. But yeah, now that I'm thinking of this header and how it works, we also have, or don't have technically, a version of the header that has or contain the profile picture on the right side, which we could have. I think I didn't do it because I had the profile here in the navbar, sidebar. I don't know. I'm also not sure about that. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm spending way too much time on the navigation here compared to other things. But then other things, I don't know what that could be. I mean, that's basically what it could be. And we don't have the we do not have the image ratio, and I think we need that. So let me just load them. That's weird. Should exist. So, if we just take the cover components, which is what we need, I think we need a 1x1. We need a 16. Technically, a 16x9 would be interesting. 4x3, a golden ratio in the opposite side. 16x9. 3x2, we don't need that. 2x1, yes. I do like my 3x1 as well. They are useful, and maybe my 32x9 for the sake of like header and profile cover could be really good. So we can take that, everything that is like whatever, I don't know how to call that. And usually that goes into the foundation, but I think I don't want a new category specifically for that, because that's annoying. Maybe in the miscellaneous icons, that could work. Let's combine that as a variant, and let's make a 16x16 block. That works. Cool. So if you don't know what that is, because that didn't talk about it, this is the ability to have a locked aspect ratio for a very specific container. And so what we use it for most of the time is having like an image background. For example, the 3x1 is usually for my card headers. If you have something, like let's say you have an image in the background that is in fill, it will always have the exact same aspect ratio, meaning that once it's cropped properly, it will always resize as it should resize. So having it inside of how can I say that? Inside of well, card component is pretty useful. So let's call that image ratio, because that's making sense. And the first props is the ratio itself. Let's change these with the names that they have without the word cover. That's useless. And we use some of them in non-landscape mode for Stony, specifically for the album art and art like posters. But, you know, sometimes not necessary. But we should add more anyways. So if I have that, and I said I wanted to have potentially in my models an image, that means if I go here and inside of that specific thing, let's say I have a potential image that is going to fill the content every time. This is going to take, I don't know, radius of 4 potentially, and a content here of an image that is going to be the same unflashed thing. Let's use our dark sand as the very classical backgrounds right here. And so what that means is as soon as, or as long as that model is resized, this image is keeping that ratio. So as long as it's like 800 in height, which is the maximum, we get that size, and when it's the minimum, we get that size of an image, which is pretty good. It's currently under the text. I don't know if I want that under the text. It might be better if it was above, mainly because if in some situation we have things that would be how can I say that doesn't have a title, for example, then this needs to be flush, which is interesting because right now this is wrong in terms of spacing. So I'm going to change probably this one to get a 16-8, and then this one is going to take a 16-8. Same thing, so that when we have no header, then we're gonna have a pretty good, has header, because sometimes the image is the title, so that's one of the reasons. And then sometimes it's a notification model, so it doesn't really need to have more. We already have technically the, what is that? Why am I lost already? We already have the alerts, which are kind of similar, like the technicality of how they are built, but for the same reason, in some situation you don't really need like a header, and you just need like an image, so you end up with shit like this. But I agree with you, it's not necessary to not have a header. It's just a story of potentially giving some flexibility for people and saying, well, if they want a visual headers, then they have that directly. And so here, one of the things that I kind of want to have is, in my model thing, I want to take a property that is nested from the image ratio, and so that should give me if we don't have a header, and then we check that to a 32 by 9, then we have that image at the top. That could work. That could work. I wish it was that image that changed every time. And so in order for me to make sure that we have the same image instead of that, I'm unsplash this again, use a gradient, and maybe I can even do a dark gradient because we are in dark mode. Let's take something that makes sense. I don't want a purple thing. I think that works. Let's do fill, and then let's let's do that. So it's the same fucking picture every time. And that makes more sense. Technically, if we are here and then we change the fucking format, it should be good, but it's taking the override now because that makes sense. Cool. So changing the format is good. And like, let's say, for example, right, you have a model that just has that. You don't necessarily need a header, and if it's like really simple, it's just this, it's a bit meh, not so great. So just not having a header makes it cleaner. And specifically if you have, I don't even know if I have like an image that could be used as a header. I don't think I do. I could do that. Let's see. I could do that. 1 second. Right, if you had that, and that's your title, then it's a video title. That's the point. It's not gonna happen often, that's for sure. Compared to that, right? Even if you can close it there, it's just I don't know. But yeah, that's the idea. That's pretty good there. That's pretty good. Alright, so if we have a representation of models, the thing that is kind of weird is the file upload option that we already have. It's technically a drop zone, but it will also be useful inside of a fucking model. So we could have that in the model as a representation. But do we really need that? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we need like a model that is with a slot, and that's not something that we implemented in the entire UI kit anyways. So I don't know. If you don't know what a slot is technically just a component that's empty. It's a dotted, hashed version of an empty state or empty placement thing, and you can replace that component by whatever the fuck you want. So that's pretty useful, but it's kind of complicated to get that like right. So if I had, let's call that slot for now, and you have your slot that is here, that is taking like that size, whatever, and then that slot specifically has an instant swap that doesn't have like not a preview but a presetted thing, then from here what happens is if I'm getting that slot selected, I have the ability to check what that is right there. So from here I can change that to, I don't know, maybe I need a badge that is a badge group that can be replaced, and so by doing so I have my badge group that takes the full width, and it's taking the height of the component itself, so that way I have that directly rather than having the rest of the thing defined. So I can just do that, get rid of the footer, it'll be good. That's an option. Knowing that though, it's pretty interesting. Have a bit of an issue there. I have a feeling that this needs to have the same thing. I need to up my system so it would be like 416 maybe. That's smaller. And this one is 1616. So that if we don't have a footer, it's aligned. That's a lot. That's a lot of thinking ahead. I don't know if I want the fucking slot to be there though. The main issue that I see is this is a thing that just exists here. Doesn't really make any sense elsewhere. It's great though, I must say that. But yeah, that's the thing. I think the best representation that we have for slots is the reshaped, I think, components? I think. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I think components. Components in reshapes have the most slots possible. And so you just have to change the content, and it's kind of useful. Yeah. They just have, it's a basic thing with a slot most of the time on the elements that can like take slots, like for example these ones. And just take a fucking thing, and so that's a slot that is updated by one of these, and that's better. So it's pretty nice, but also nah. It feels halfway good. There's something about it that just the main reason being because it's the first fucking time and we don't have slots anywhere else. That makes less sense. What? You know. What did I say? 416 instead of 1616. Let's take that. And my header is gonna take 16.8 instead of 16.16. That makes more sense. Have the right amount of space, I think. I mean, technically we could go at 0 at the bottom, just for like that needs to be resetted, but whatever. And we could go at 0 as well here. I just think that in some cases we have effects, and these effects need a bit of leeway there to make sure that we have something that makes more sense. And we'll keep that with 4. Keep that with 4. Cool. I think we're good. I think that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I'm trying to think ahead on the the template of module that we have. Currently we don't have much, we just have one. If we think about like the Untitled UI kit, you have something as previews. That's useful. But they are variation of the same fucking thing with the content that change. Whereas here, for example, if I were to get that thing somewhere else, and if I were to get that, oh shit, that will be a lot. With PropStar, and I will create an embed table. Brace yourself. Technically, that's not good. I need a launch prop starter for interesting. The sub instances don't work. I mean the sub nested properties, whereas they worked in the previous effects. Really? Wait, I forgot that. I guess it's my issue there. So, I think, yeah, I forgot the props. So has cover, core, text, I mean, I should have an as something every time anyways. But yeah, text, I need a property for that. Sometimes you don't need a description, so has description. Icon type, makes sense. Has fields. Ugh. Yes. Fields, and then has footer potentially. That's an option. It's a lot of has, but that way we have everything, because we take everything from the opportunities that are here. So if we go in the order, we have as header, as cover, text has description. So technically we define if we have the description first, and then if we have the description, then you get the text content. Has field and has field. I guess this one could be has field 2. And then does it has a footer or not? So that way we have everything. And so now technically, if I'm not wrong, that, yeah, that's better. Okay, so now we have most of the option in the validation thing that we can have. And one of the things that is pretty interesting is I can see that we have some issues here. So this one is the has description false, but has footer or has field 2 to false. Interesting. There's something else there that is taking most of the space. I don't know what that is. But it works. So I extend that so that this makes sense, and then let's extend that in height and in width for now. Technically, I was about to say I'm probably inside of these. Yeah, I am. Bitch, what the fuck? Apparently, I made a mistake in my spacing. That's fine. So let's get rid of that. Let's duplicate this so that we have the exact same amount of space, and then there we can duplicate that. Shit. Sorry. Can duplicate not that. Can duplicate that. So that we have instances. And that thing is gonna take primitive light. Ta-da! That's easier. I need to figure out what's the issue here though. Something is taking the width compared to doing that. I feel like, is it my footer? No, everything is in hug. So something is stretching. We don't have a description. We don't have a cover. And we don't have field. But we don't have second field, but we have a footer. That's so weird. So it's the footer making, I mean, it's complicated. I thought it would be the footer, but now I'm looking at this one, which doesn't have that issue. It's still fully working. So that's weird. Let me check that. What's the issue here? Frame 1 is my content. So technically what I understand is that if I get the frame 1 thing away, then we're kind of good. But by doing so, I'm hurting a new problem, which is this. They have no fucking spacing because this is at 0. So if I get rid of my space at the bottom of the footer, but I get 16. Not 16, I get 8. Mint, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I'm supposed to get 16 instead of that. That's 16 as well. The 0 at the bottom. So technically, that makes no sense. I'm thinking in terms of design and also in terms of dev at the same time, like trying to get the margin padding thing working and making sense for everyone. But what do you mean you can't nest them? You can nest them. Like this example, that is what I'm exempling every time. But if I'm here and I have my, holy shit, I have so many props, and my accent, that instead of being my accent, it's my communication, it then change everything to red, or maybe it's gray because I want that to be in a grayed out option. Or if I'm in my communication and then I take my communication, I check that to pending, I have all of my things that are supposed to be red that goes into purple, or to warning, or to whatever. I feel like we can nest things, but maybe I don't understand what you mean by nesting things. Also, you can reference a previously used variable in the next one. So if I create, I was about to say that's in my fucking graph, but that's fine. If I create a new variable called plop, apparently in cap, and then I'm creating a new variable called ploop, and that one, instead of using white, it's gonna take plop as a base. It should work. I think that's an issue, which is good, but technically that means that if I, or as soon as I change that color, it goes into ploop as well. So it should work. Let me check that link. You get that? I guess. And maybe you were talking about variables that are not color variables, and that's why it's not the same behavior. Yeah, that's that statement right there. Yeah, I think I said that as well. then there is a lot of people that are saying the same thing. Kinda. I think it's because that's the type of variable that I don't use yet. So, makes sense that I have never encountered that issue. Shit. I forgot one thing. But yeah, I feel like when it comes to creating things with variable, aka the ability to say, well, if you type said word, or if said word is selected in the drop down, then you apply X variable for the text content inside of my input fields. That's not a thing that I have worked with at all. It felt too wrong in the beginning to be able to do that, so I basically removed that. Yeah, that's okay, but that's not great. I want to fix that. That wrong. Thing is, I can't change my header spacing and the spacing in between my elements yet. I wish I could. I can't. Yeah, that's the same issue, right? It's the thing where technically it's a matter of variable again, like stating if you have just the title visible, then you showcase also the title spacing, or you change the bottom section space to something that is more or less a variable, but I don't think that works. Have you also tried to play with variables space, like stating that a component is a very specific size in width, and like the mid-max of 320, which is a very specific container query thing, and you change the style or the mode. Is that too complex already? I think I was thinking about that for icons at some point, stating that, well, if my icons have like a state that says, well, this is icon 24, I think I can quickly do that just for a check. Bitch. What in the fucking... icon size, so if we say create a number value, which is default, I don't know, default is 24, and then you want a variable that is, that should be just size. Default is 24, small, which should be SM technically, but whatever, is 16, and then huge with a fucking H is 40. Right, if you get that, and then you take this size here and you check size. Shit. Right. I'm getting that. Well, that is. It kind of works. The thing that I wish I still could do is having that as a variable, but it's not the case. It should, but it's not the case. But yeah, that's a pretty useful ID if you don't want to change, or if you know that your icon sizes should be like from 12 to 40. You have like 12, 16, 24, 40, so that's 4 modes. Could be useful. Good. I don't know. But yeah, we need the same thing for the sizes, because if I had that for the sizes of my strokes, and being able to say, well, if my icon isn't small, then my stroke size is at 1 instead of 1.5, so that's it. It's thinner and it's easier to read at a small size. But then if you move it up, you get the stroke size at 4 instead of 2. Then that makes more sense. Change the component variant with a variable. That seems like complicated. That seems like I think you can't change a variant of a component. I think, however, you can change a component. So if you have a main component called 1 and a main component called 2 that are enclosed in the frame but not in a variant group, you could technically change from component 1 to component 2, I think. But I'm not sure. I haven't played enough with variable to be able to say, yeah, you can do that 100%. Like if we had I think. Not even. Well, I don't know. Brain won't cooperate with that, that's for sure. Not now. It's crazy. That the medicine that I'm taking is it's cited in the or cited in the fucking side effects, which is you'll be sleepy and tired. That works. What you call sleep? That's the thing that I don't understand. Like, you can Oh, for fuck's sake. You can take the medicine and be sleepy and tired, but sleeping is not an option. So you can just be sleepy and tired, but you stay awake. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways. For once, Mint, I can't help you with Figma. I apologize. I don't know. And also it seems like my connection is also dying once again. Loading things is hard. I don't get why, I don't get how. I'm gonna get out of the Wi-Fi for now on that fucking thing, just in case. And we'll see. Let me just, before I click on that link, let me load a fucking white image so it makes sense. Right, light mode, dark mode, whatever. Isn't it the same? It's the same. I think I read that when it came out, and then I was like, that's useless. Let's not, yeah. As far as I remember, it's you need to define a variable that is equal to a property of a component, and as soon as that property of component is equal in terms of string specifically to the variable name, then the change should happen. I think, right? But the thing is, if that works, but it doesn't work for you, what's the difference technically compared to what they have here that makes it impossible? I think what they have is a change of shape or change of state, and what you want is a change of component. Technically, which is this. And I guess from what they're saying is basically as long as your variable name is your which are high. As long as the variable name is equal, the variable string is equal to the name of the variant, you should be good. But technically, if you have variants like me, and here we don't really have variants, but if you have variants like me where the name is variant equal helper space action, and then this one is variant equal actions, and that's the name of your property. I said property. That's the name of your variable. It should be good, but technically I think you cannot use Abdel. Hi. And Cockball. Hi, welcome on in. You cannot use equal, right? Like if I have variant and my first string is variant equal actions, I know it can be done. It can be done. So maybe that's the how? Mint? Because I'm just referring to this fucking thing when they say if you have a fucking name that is long as hell, then you have that. But just I'm not sure either. Let's do we have a fucking try it out? Yes. So color. They don't have a fucking file once again. Ah. So I'm gonna try it out because, you know, I mean, I need to. So if I have a new variable that is called color, and that's yellow, and then here we have yellow, and then that is blue, because that's their fucking thing, and that's blue. Okay, cool. Then if I have a component that is 80 by 80, a bit of a radius, I don't know how much it is, whatever, and that property here is yellow, and that is a component. If I have a variant here with blue, and then a property here which is yellow, which match the names of the colors, right? Technically, if my property here is called color, why two L's? I don't know. And then that's going into a frame, and set a frame. Let's put it black in the background so it's visible. Whatever. Button 1, button 2. Button 1 is going to take yellow, button 2 is going to take blue. Button 1 in the prototype is going to take an interaction that is on click set variable. I hate when that happens. Cool. Local variable is yellow, and then that, if I do the same, I think it's useless, but whatever. On click set variable blue. However, damn it, I can't see that. I just read quickly, so I have issues here. Where you at? So create a new local string oh, it's this fucking string variable. That's what I missed. So new string. Named color name. Whatever. Just one L. And that is yellow. And then let's create a second one. Is it the second one? Is it me I can't read right now? That's usually the case. It's that time of day. I can't be tired right now. I mean, I woke up at too early, at 5 something. That's the thing that makes no sense to me. Like, you create a new local string variable named color name and make the default value to blue. So I have my default value that is here, right? Bitch. Right, colors yellow. If I take the same thing, it's color name, and then that is blue, so that we have the exact same fucking thing. And then we create a component set with 2 variants, one blue square and one yellow square. Name of the property is color, which is what I have, right? Property colors, technically they don't have a fucking thing. And then they have blue and yellow, but they don't have cap. So let's just make sure we're using the same name so that it makes sense. Place an instance of the blue variant in a frame. That's done. Apply the color variable to the instance. That's the thing. So you are saying that should be color name blue. Ha. Alright. And so for my 2 rectangles, it's the same thing. Select the text layer that says blue and add a prototype interaction on click. Trigger set variable action. Set the value of color name. So technically that on click set variable that it should work. Unless I made a mistake, which, you know, yeah, I made a mistake. Makes no sense. Let's use not that, but text. Blue. Alright. Damn it. Bitch. Sorry. And so that, they said what? Interaction of set variables? It's the same thing? Oh. So set color name to yellow. Right. And then I need I mean, technically it's blue, but whatever. That's the most broken shit I've done in a while. Yeah, alright, cool. So, technically, in terms of bitch, again, if I click on blue, it goes to yellow, and if I click to yellow, it goes to blue. So, that's confusing, I know. But it works. But it's not... I mean, it is, but it depends on the amount of fucking thing you have. So technically, if you have the ability to set like I think brain not working, but still, I think if in the like in that shit, if you add more, if you have that plus that plus thing, potentially, I mean, technically that doesn't work, whatever. It could work, but it's like, it's a matter of naming convention again, as always, but also a big train of things, as in you technically need to do a first a first change and then an if else, if, which is if said variable that I defined is changed, then else, if, or not even if, else, you get that secondary thing to change as well. And so then you do the same thing. If said secondary thing has changed, then you change also that third thing. And so you may have a bit of a delay in between the actions because it's automated, but it's not. So yeah. I think it would be easier to just not use variables for that, even though that makes sense. I'm also thinking about the complexity of some of the things that have been created with variable already. So I know that some people have created like microcomputers and games and other things. So maybe. Right? These things that have existed with variables. But it's still the same issue. It's basically just changing a simple, subtle thing and not changing a full component. Malcolm, hi, welcome on in. I'm tired, but I'm okay. How are you? I think this one is one, I mean, not this one specifically, but this one is pretty right? I forgot that I could do that. That shouldn't have happened. I seem to not know how to play games anyways. But because that exists in terms of viable use, it feels like an option, but also it doesn't. I get it. But one of the first things that I said when the viable was announced, I don't know if it was like a long time ago or not a long time ago nowadays. Yeah, that was a Figma prototype. I think at this point, with the complexity of variables, instead of learning how to use variables, do what I'm trying to do and learn coding, because it's easier to do in code, and I think you already have the knowledge. Anyways, I think it's useless to spend that much time on the yeah. I mean, yeah, it's the same thing. It's a bit of a waste of time, at least for me, to spend so much fucking time on defining variables, making sure that they work, making sure that they like all linked to the right thing, and then making sure that when you do the action that you said it would do, it does the thing that you want it to do properly inside of Figma with the model that doesn't really work the same way. And in the end, %100% for the dev to never look at it in the prototype anyway. So I don't know, even if I had like animation for some of my devs in the past that I did in a prototype version that were just you press play and you have the thing and it's all the frames and it's good, they didn't click on play. And the only way that I had myself to be able to say, please check that animation and recreate that, was to record the animation with QuickTime and save it as a GIF, and then send it to them directly in Slack and say, that's the animation I want for that specific thing. And even then, sometimes they didn't look at the fucking GIF. So, waste of time. Viable seems really like a waste of time, at least for me. Did I freeze? No. My phone freeze. That's what happened. I'm frozen for everything. Cool. Yeah, it seems once again my entire connection is shit. I can't get that to work for some reason. Today, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Something's happening. But yeah, what kind of devs? Well, it was the devs that I was working with before. I spent 6 years with them. I mean, specifically one of them that didn't want to um, really make any effort on meeting halfway. It was more of a, I need to meet him 50% from his thing. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So I tried to like compromise specifically for that person and make sure that everything that I was doing was specifically for that person. And then I decided to let go and go away from that company. That was a good decision. It was a good decision. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It seems like the oh shit, the viable implementation once again. I mean, any features of Figma implementation, when they release it for the first time, it's basically every time a beta testing of that feature, and then they get some feedback, and then they make an update. And for now, that feature of variables is still in beta officially. So hopefully it will change. But most of the thing that I've seen is just implemented badly, and it could be fixed if, I mean, the goal is to be close-ish to code to make sure that the relationship in between the designer and the dev is more symbiotic. And so you can like explain things with word that makes sense and are similar. But because Figma just decide every time is basically like Apple, decide to get names that makes no sense for dev, but makes sense to designer, instead of teaching us designers the words that dev use, we are more confused. So, I don't know. Did the music die again? The music did die again. No news on my arm. It's still cold. um, I've talked about that. I think I threw away the result and the receipt because that's useless. But I had some more blood tests done. I'm waiting for the results to arrive. And yeah, I don't know what it is. I hope it is something, but I don't think that blood test will get anything or figure anything out anyways. I think the main issue is something a bit deeper than just blood, even though blood can help. Not against it, but still not great. So yeah, I don't know. And Abdel, I don't know. I think the dev mode will not be in the free plan, but I don't know if the viable. I mean, the viable is not necessarily in the free plan already. So if you want the advanced prototyping things or the modes, you need the file to be in something else already. So technically, why? Also, thank you.
Malcolm Keano just subscribed.
Appreciate the sub. Hi PG, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? The first time I think I really see your profile picture. I like the grading from the background and the 3D icons. It's cute. I think my computer is just tired, as tired as me. But yeah, I've been trying to learn JS. It's been hard. It's still hard. I can't understand it. APG not for you. Malcolm. I'm learning through this course on the internet called Free Code Camp, and that is hard as fuck. The lingo that they use in their description makes no sense, and then as long as you understand this, which is the exercise that you need to do, you should be good. But then sometimes it's not. But then like here, for example, the amount of text that exists here is way too much for my brain to be able to read that in one sitting. So if it was like just the first paragraph, it would be okay. But the fucking examples and text and all that, I know that my brain is just checked out really soon or really quickly, and I can't build something. That's the main issue that I have, and we've had that conversation with other devs in chat before. I do not have the ability to build something because for now the understanding that I have is too limited to be able to attempt building anything. The main reason is the way that I'm learning things is I'm taking in the information and then it clicks, but I need to take in the information first. So for example, Manbrave, hi, welcome on in. Right now, the example that I have is Japanese. I've been learning Japanese on Duolingo for like 5 years-ish, almost 6 now, which is not a lot of work on its own, but I'm just taking in the information, and then when I'm speaking Japanese here in Japan, because I have no choice, it's way easier than if I had no bases anyways. And so now we finished the basic JavaScript algorithm and data structure thing, and now we move to ES6, which is like just cleaner and potentially like easier to understand. How do you say that? Not functions, but kind of functions. So that's the thing, and one of the reasons why I'm doing it here is because at the end of this, if I get all of that, I don't think that would be, but I get a certificate. Not that it matters in any way, shape, or form, but for recruiters, that kind of matters. I know the thing means the thing is I can same thing. I cannot. Once again, I cannot move further to simplicity just yet, because if I do so, I will once again, and I will repeat myself, but I've been trying to learn code for the past 8 to 12 years, about every 2 years. Every 2 years, I'm like, oh, you know what? I should learn code. And then I have like a bit of a beginning of something, and then something happened, and it's easier, and I'm used that easier thing, and I'm not learning. So if I move to Svelte or React or whatever, that is based on like JavaScript, then I'm kind of done. I know I won't put more effort into like learning, so I need to learn the basis. And some people have said maybe JS was not the basis that you could have. Maybe C would have been better to understand how JavaScript has been created, because it's some sort of implementation thing. But I need these foundational thing to be able to then say, okay, I can now move to a React or Svelte or whatever framework exists to move on. For now, I can't do that. For now, I'm just learning to learn the basics and the foundation. The goal in like, not now, is to potentially be able to have some React understanding and be able to create component sets from like my Figma file design wise to code that makes sense visually speaking, and then maybe someone else can link them to the backend. So I don't need to do so much in the beginning, but then once I understand the mix and liaison in between the two, then I could. But for now, it's not an option either. Yeah, it's one of these, like JS is one of the good base, I think, because if you want to use like Node.js later, or if you want to use React, or if you want to use Svelte or whatever, it's the same same base in a way. Like it's based on JavaScript, and then it has some flair. Let's call it that way. So that's the reason why I decided to go with JS first. But still, there is like, we've spent 2 hours last week on a for loop that should have not taken me 2 hours to make sense. But it took 2 hours. And then, as Tony said multiple times, I I mean, it's not even that I learn, but I'm reading the fucking things, and then it makes sense when it's the exercise, but when it's outside of the exercise and they just name the name of the thing that I'm supposed to use, because I don't know what name is, I forget what I should do. So when they're like, you should use a recursive function to use that, I'm like, what the fuck is a recursive function? I know I've seen it, I don't know how it works. So it's kind of weird. And don't explain what a recursive is. It's fine. But still, it's like it's weird. I don't get it. And the most complicated thing, I think Ginny said that last time, or maybe Mindbrave, that was you, I forgot. But at that instant in time, learning code is the most overwhelming thing that can be done, because there is so much information and so many people that give you different direction into learning. So many courses, so many like videos that exist with different like paths to reach the same goal, but with different behavior. Then it's just overwhelming. And the base thing for me is I'm someone who uses tools to be faster, and ChatGPT is like pretty good at generating code, or other, like with plugins and other things. And so as soon as I will use it for asking it to like spit out some code for me, there is no more learning happening, and I know that. And it's the same thing, like as soon as I ask Google for an explanation, or Stack Overflow for a solution for something, I will stop learning. Then that's just how my brain is wired. It's just like, you have a solution, you know that you have a solution somewhere, therefore there is no need to learn it. And because there is no need to learn it, then it makes no sense. So I am stuck. And I know I should do a hands-on project, and I know I should build something, but I also know how my brain works, and if I do something that is like different than just learning the hard part now, it's once again a 2-year period where I will be like, okay, let's do design for 2 years, and then I will come back to that. So I don't have a path at all. I just need the foundation. For now, that's it. So, yeah, even as you said, as a streamer, you have like everyone that is chiming in and saying, well, you should do things like this way, or you should use a dot length here instead of, I don't know, something else. It's just a matter of who prefers to use what and where, and it's not me, not just there. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard. That's the thing that I said last time. It's just when you learn design, whatever you do, it works. Like, technically speaking, if you needed to do a button and you have a background and a text and you say that it's clickable, it works. It might not be the best looking thing, it might not have the right amount of spacing and padding and all that, but if you call it a button, it's a button. However, in code, if you do something a certain way, maybe it doesn't work. So you're stuck on something where I'm used to, I can come to that later, but in the meantime it will work. So creating a wireframe, for example, which is like in grayscale and doesn't have any design, and I can come back to that page later when I need to polish it. That's an option, but in the meantime, the entire thing, the entire flow is working. In dev, I don't think I have the ability to do that. I cannot say, well, that function, that's the outline, it's supposed to do that, that, and that, and I will come to that later. But if I outline it, it doesn't work. So that's more complicated, at least for me, to grasp all of that. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. But I appreciate the nice words, though. I think it's, as I said, I think it's the first time, best time kind of thing. I mean, the last time that I really emphasized on learning, I learned the entirety, but most of the thing that I know now from HTML and CSS, and it was when I was unemployed for 8 months, so I had time to focus on that. And currently I am unemployed, so I have time, but also I'm doing so much shit on the side, and I'm in another country, and I need to learn the language and all that, so that's overwhelming. And you do so much stuff at the same time that don't work together, and that's hard, I guess. So yeah. And RPG, I don't think pentagram is a recursive process, but kinda. I kinda agree there. It's the same 5 lines if you make it right. Thank you. I'm trying to think about how you would make it in code. Nishit, hi, welcome in. You would be saying things like point start, and then it's creating a line from point A to point B with a very specific angle, and then from that point B to point C, so that's you repeat the step a second time with the same angle, but it's an angle compared to that first line. So yeah, that's complicated. At least for now. I'm okay. I'm tired, as you can probably tell. Yeah, shit. That's the thing. We talked about you a second ago, I think. Yeah. Because we saw one thing. 1 second. We saw that. Damn it. We saw that page, and I was thinking that A specifically had the curve that I was talking about for your N curvature type of thing. Like, it's kind of small changes, and that transition also is great. We depot that. So yeah. Yeah. I mean, knowing how it works would be great. I think it's the same thing as component in my world of design. It's as soon as you have an element more than once, then you create a component for it. That's the rule that we give ourselves, and it's a pretty okay rule. That makes sense. So I need to pee. 1 second. One second. I need to check something else. I'll be back. Right. So, my piercing disappeared. I mean, one of them. So I had to put a temporary one in, which is hurting as fuck. That's kind of sad, but it's fine. The one of these piercing is just like if you don't have it in, for more than like 15 to, I mean, let's say, yeah, 15 to 30 minutes, it closed back. And it doesn't care about how much time you've had that thing for. Just it closes back in 15 to 30 minutes. So I think there is like one of my ball for closing them somewhere, either in my flat or outside in Japan. So, yeah, I don't know. I have some temporary ones, so that's okay, but still. It's not great to use these ones. Anyways, details. It's kind of sad though. I don't know how it moved away. That's the thing. Going back to coding things, just the amount of work that I need to do right now to make sure that I understand.
Bogey
Sure,
Fox
hi,
is now
welcome.
following.
And Bogey, I guess Bogey Fox will come on in as well. Thanks for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? So all of that, right? To say, I need to find a way to make things make sense in code, and also I need to find a way to not find an easy way. I think I need the most I'm sorry about this. It's fine. It's fixed. It's fixed, but I need it hurts. That's the thing. I had to pierce the skin again, if you want to know the details. By hand. One side was fine, then the other side wasn't. And yeah, that's never good. And the thing that I have is a temporary that I used to use a long time ago. So it's like, it's old. And it hurts now. So, I don't know. But it's a big one, so it should be fine. I hope so. I don't know. Maybe I will. Yeah. I'm bleeding. It's fine. And going back to Mint, to what you said about building something, I wish I could. But the amount of knowledge that I need to have to build the thing that I want to build, I need way more knowledge than what I have now. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, where are they at? I have these in case things. These are kind of small for me, but yeah, I might change to these though, because the thing that I put in is kind of not clean. Anyways, infections, all that. But yeah, no, the only thing that I want to do with JS right now is creating plugins for Figma and creating components for Framer. That's the base. So these two things, Framer is TypeScript, I think, and the component for Figma are TypeScript as well. So yeah, I don't know. Shit. Sigh. I don't, yeah. I don't know if it unmotivates me. I kind of agree with that. Specifically if it's just text-based. I'm more or less of a video person, so if you have like a video for a tutorial that makes sense. But the only video for JS that I saw was like a 12-hour video, and I watched it. I watched it twice already, but I can't do anything while I'm watching it because I just have one screen. If I have multiple screens, I could potentially have my ID in somewhere, and you can't immediately get full. But if you're a beginner, you're gonna get muscle and result faster than someone that's been in the gym for a long time. Fuck me, that's pissing me off. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's probably fall down on my carpet, which is impossible to find on the carpet. Anyways, pissing me off. Someone before said it would be easier for me if I was to find a good tutorial on YouTube from someone that says, well, here is how you create a component for Framer, for example, and I'm following that as a basic to do something. The thing is, I have no interest in doing a component for Framer or doing a component plugin for Figma that isn't what I want to build, or that is something that exists already, because I do not understand anything when it comes to the coding side. And so if you are like teaching me how to create a component that will have I don't know, button component for Framer, for example, I don't give a shit about that. I've done that in the past, creating components, buttons, or creating buttons in just CSS and HTML. It works. I think it would be exactly the same. But creating an input field that works, for example, could be really interesting. But also there is already components that does that for Framer. And so for Figma, it's the same thing. The technicality and the complexity of the plugins that I want to do is not something that someone else has created yet, and I cannot find a plugin that exists, or a tutorial for a plugin that could exist as an exercise that is close enough for me to be able to say, you know what, let me take that as a tutorial and expand on it to have this and this feature that I need, because it's just adding on top of. So it just worked. I tried, but it's just not an option. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. And also my brain is weird, so that doesn't help. It's just how it is. But yeah. Like right now, the component that I need to do in Framer is an icon component, going back to what we're doing around. Holy shit, everything is fucked up right now. What we're doing around here, right? I create components that loads and have all of these icons as SVG and can call each of them by the name, and all that makes sense. And that should be very easy. But because it's Framer, it behaves a very specific way that I don't understand yet. And because it's like basically creating an icon library for Framer, the way that it has tutorials currently is just create components, put all of your SVG there, and you're done. That makes no sense. So, yeah, I don't know. Specifically when you have that much fucking SVGs. Like there is 1,500 something in there. I'll do that. So it needs to be like coded. Be way easier to just have a library of SVG code, and that's it. But I don't know how. So we'll see. We will see. Alright. That. I think my brain is on something else. Sorry about that. I think today was a short ass stream because that piercing thing, not great. I need to find the balls. So Abdul, have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for that. Danny, can you give me more information? You're asking the question just before I go. You sneaky. I mean, just ask, and then I can see if I can direct you, more easy way. You sent me a link, which is the same link. Oh, you want to do that? That rotating thing? After delay, after delay, after delay, after delay, after delay instant. 1 second. Right, you want that to rotate through, right? Yeah, alright. So, what you want to do... Holy shit! What you want to do... I hope I'm not sending you a new version with things in the fucking helper. Anyways, what you want to do is this. You want to have your first and last to be the exact same, and then you want your second to be different, and your third to be, I mean, the last one, but third, obviously. And then the thing that you want to have, I mean, technically, because you need 3, I'm guessing you need these 2 as well. Technically, you don't need this one, but that's fine. And that is supposed to be, no, whatever, that's good. So you have that in a frame. That frame is going to be here. That's my component. And then this is going to have, holy shit, that's big. This is going to have that, right? It's swap once and then swap twice, and then the last one is gonna be shit. That apparently I'm making pixel. These things are 3 pixel in height. What a dumbass. Let me make all of that 16 so that makes sense. And let's do 4 pixel in height. No, that's a dumb move from me. Anyways, this is gonna be after delay is going there, so that's like after delay of usually, let's take 800 milliseconds to make sense. You smart animate this in a 420 manners because that makes sense, and then from here you go there with the same interaction of after delay, so it's like it's automated, and then from here you go there, which is also after delay. However, the last one is gonna be going back there and after delay of 0 with a smart animate, no, but instant. And so technically when you have that in a frame, that will not work unless I play it. It does this. And that's what you wanted to do, right? So the magic here is the last step here being an instant transition after a delay. And also the fact that you have the same element twice in order to reach the exact same point that you had in the first place. So it's really simple in terms of having like a rotating transition. Just, well, rotate. But yeah, that's the thing. So when you're here, you just have from first stage, right? That's your content with all of your information. So if you have more, if you have 4, I think you don't, but I know we have that. Shit. Right, you have 3, and in total you have 6. So if in total you have 6 and you want to show the 6 elements, then you need to have 9 in your elements tree of things. So you need to technically take your 3 from the top at the take the 3 from the top at the bottom, and then that is gonna be inside of a frame, is gonna be here, right? That frame is gonna basically be clipping. And so one thing that you can have, if I'm looking at what you have, which is like visually kind of weird, but it rotates later. You technically have each of these that is a 40%, and then that second one is technically, this one is at 0, and then from here you get 40% on this one, 100% on this one, and then your entire thing is going up. Just making sure that this is aligned. Yeah, cool. So all of that is supposed to be clipping, and then from there you just need to duplicate everything and move things up to match. Which apparently I can't do. And that thing is going to take 40%, 0%, right? And all that. So by doing so, you need to scroll through up until you reach back up that element. The thing is, because you start with your first lit and then it's the middle one, that's a bit weird. So I wouldn't do that for the sake of me. But what I would do is having the operational definition that is at the bottom to be back at the top section, so that your highlighted one is always in the center of the frame, and that way it should be kind of easy to just do that. It's technically just duplicating until you reach the right amount of. Alright, the one that is now activated is raw data that is supposed to be equal to that. So you technically just have to duplicate this there. I messed up in terms of numbers. Right, all of that. And then all of these things, instead of having like an tutorial frame, you make sure that they are like clipping at 3, and then how much is your fucking thing? I spoke French for a second. Last one. Shit. It feels like I made a mistake. Probably because you're not exactly in the same nudge level than me, but whatever. It's fine. Yeah, that's basically it. It's basically it, and it's just the thing that you need to make sure about is making sure that the last one is instant transition back to the first one, so that you don't really see the transition itself. So by doing a component set on this one, I know I fucked up in terms of naming convention, but that's fine. You can do that if you didn't know. You can just select each of them and have your animation or your transition done, and then from here they are all mixed. So you change that to on click and smart animate for 20 because we want that. And then from here you go from there back here with an after delay of 0 and an instant thing. So technically now if I do that, bitch, if I do that, it should that's it. It rotates through each with it's kind of fast. I'm gonna say that it's kind of fast. So right, once you have that, just select all of your things. You're going to prototype here after delay of 1200 because that's easier. Transition of 620 milliseconds, that's a lot. And yeah, and then you have that. And so one of the things that I kind of like to do, or would like to do specifically here, is change some of the animation or the selection element. But you can see, because it's like going from 0% opacity, I mean not 0% opacity, but like 40% opacity to 100% opacity, the transition in between the two seems like it highlights and fades out at a rate that makes sense for the transition. So I kind of like that. But then from here, obviously, you can have that, a little bit of an effect, maybe a drop shadow, could be, I don't know, white maybe, with a white of 0, and a blur of 24. Did I not? It's too subtle. Whatever. Blur effect, not a good idea. But you can have things, and then you can also have that. That could be really complicated to get, but you know, we're here for it. So get that here, and then you can have that as an holy shit, as an outline. So it's selected here, and you can have like a bit of a radius. Let's change that to white. Let's make that 10%. Let's add a fill, which will be white as well, with a bit of that. I know you had something similar. I think you did. can have that, right, which is just getting a bit of a selection thing. And then from here, can get that with the good size, 162, centered, 204, 79, which is weird, but fine. Get it. I'm just used to it. No, but I appreciate it. I do love gradients. They are useful and easy to master in order to like make the thing pop. 204 again. I think we made the circle, and so technically, right, it's not the best you can have. It's pretty neat. And it's resized based on the current state of things, rotating through it. That's an option. And then one of the things that you could have, I'm giving you everything at once. One of the other things that you could have is, and that would be kind of complicated to get, I think, but is the option of no radius, no here, that would be pure black. This one is going to be at 100%, and here there, rotated. Just giving you a bit of a, damn it, a bit of a fade from the first and the bottom section. So it would need to have like a bit more height instead of just 3 so that you can read more. But that's an option. I don't know. But yeah, the infinite rotation is a thing. I technically don't think that the effect that I just added is a good idea. I think that's cleaner overall. Yeah. You can. One of the things that is pretty cool as well is now that you have that is rotating, nothing impedes you to have that. Right? Like that's just okay. Its thing. And then if you have that, you can also take this with a fill. It will be, I don't know, 4% maybe. Bit of radius. It seems weird to be on black and not be visible at all. Maybe 8 is better than 16. But right, that way you have this tiny thing that is floating and that is a container or contained thing. and it worked. But nothing impedes you to just move it around and play with it. You can even have it infinitely rotate if you wanted to. Like, that's an option. Now that that works. Forget about it. But yeah, that's how it's done. To have like an infinite rotation thing, and then for this one, because it's the same element twice, technically, right? It's a rotation. You just need to have the content that is here to swipe once and equate the exact same place, and that's it. The main thing that you need to have here in the prototype is making sure, oh, you did that this way? Well, that's kinda, yeah, after delay instant. Yeah, that's what I was about. So the main thing that you need to have is a linear transition rather than a fade in, fade out type of transition, which technically, I don't even know if I did that. No, yeah, I did. Phase out. So, yeah. If you want something that looks good in terms of transition, then for bar, it needs to be linear transition. And then, yeah. I like the I like what you did with the blobs. Less entries in the conveyor belt. That's pretty nice. And I thought the client said that the fog was not exactly what they liked. I don't know where to change. That's cute. It's debatable on the placement, but fine. Not on the text. Makes sense. I don't know about that. Kidding. It's fine. Yeah. This feels weird. I'm gonna say that again, but this feels weird. It feels like there was empty space and you were like, I need something there. Let's put something there. Brian, hi. Welcome on in. It's going okay. I lost my piercing. I mean, I lost one ball of my piercing, and I need to change it back as soon as I can. So I will end stream soon. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to that example we had a second ago. Shit, I was looking at someone else's stream, and now they rated someone. For fuck's sake. The presentation from what is it? We looked at it a second ago. This one. That, right? That could be better, specifically because you have 9 entries or 6 entries in total to make that a thing. So I could see the 6 like just floating around and then highlighting themselves mostly like randomly. I think that's a thing. Someone did that. 1 second. I need the Twitter feed. You're not ready for that. One day you will be ready, but that's a day where Twitch allows things, and that's not today. Can I find this fucking thing? It was great, but I think it was like at the beginning of last week. So that's a long time ago. And I don't even know if I liked it. Someone was doing the constellation effect, which I love and I kind of want to have. But the way that they explained it was really, really cool and really simple. So if I can find it back right here. So what they have for the constellation effect, that is this, right? It has like each dot changes depending, whatever. You could have, or what they do have is a texture behind that has more or less visibility behind the dots. And so, as you can see, it's pretty simple to get like a random-ish type of pattern. They also like explain everything and how it's made and whatever, but all of that is also explained in the CodePen link that is here. So if you want to have that, could be an option, whatever. It could be nice to get that with the floaty thing. And as you said, yes, it could also be like a rotating thing. I think like if you have something like I wish I could scatter them, but I can't, but I wish I could. But if you have things like maybe like a bit of a fake around the around that perimeter, that still feels weird, but I'm breaking everything. For fuck's sake. And they just light up depending on, maybe they just floats, I don't know, maybe, but it's just it's that ID here, which they move on scroll and not on anything else. I love what they did with the overall color of the glass of each icon, because each icon is color specific. So this one is mostly red, this one is like mostly blue, even though the glass that is behind is not red at all. And so all of that makes it pretty interesting. And then here it's kind of the same thing, it's just floating, you don't have much, but you still have information. I'm not saying make it glass as well, but it just feels like we had an empty space and we needed to do something there. So I don't know. You could that's more complicated, but maybe maybe I have doubt in my current ability of doing that, but whatever, we'll see. I wish I could go faster than this. If you can, like, technically order them around the circle, I should fucking put a circle there to check. But if you can check that around the circle in the corner of the website, and if that whole thing rotate, it's the same behavior as this. It's just like a bigger component overall. But yeah, and they are basically here. So if I do that, I don't know. It could rotate with the right amount of rotation and all that, but yeah, it could work. Could work. The way that you would need that to be done would be you just get rid of that so that we don't mess up that page. It's good. Don't want to have all that. The way that you need, it's annoying, but the way that you need that to work is by resetting them to their initial points. Can I do that? Shit, why is it fucking black when this one is fucking white? Anyways, that was racist. So you need 6 of these, right? Need that plus that, and you want this to be technically here, I guess. Can I do this? I can't. Cool. That works. Thank you. So that's my first. This one needs to be set to here, and this one needs to be set to here. Yeah, so we're good, right? We do, I know, but if we do that, they will be set with the icon always at the same position. So that's good. I mean, to me, that's better than what I have here already. So you get that. I'm gonna center it so that everyone can understand what I'm doing. Which even me, I can't. So you have this. So that's your first, and then you have a second one. So you duplicate that fucking frame, and it's just a rotation. So usually you do that, but for the sake of today, I think it's there. So 4, 5, Damn it. 6. That's our base. So then for security reason, I'm gonna do that. Did I forget? Nope. Cool. So that's our entire section selection thing that needs to be into a frame. And so then, in order to have our rotation to make sense, it's either you do 4 frames of 45 degrees rotation, right? So it will, like it seems like it does nothing, but it do be rotating. So you go from 0 to 45, from 45 to 90, and technically from here you can jump back on instant to the other section, because like that amount is good enough to have the entire rotation done. I think. And that's okay. Yeah, maybe. As long as you have the 6 in view, that's an option. I don't know. I'm just thinking how to that corner. I'm not thinking straight. But yeah, it wouldn't. I think it would be just like a. Technically, it would be. How much is that fucking thing? 5. Shit. I think I would just do that. So that you have 5 in view and 1 that is next. And then the thing would be, do you have like a space where I can move things? Move things around. So you have that is like component number 1. And then you have a variation of that thing where this is taking 45 degrees. You have a variation of that thing. This is taking 45 degrees. That's a 180. It should be okay. It should be okay. So, from here to here. From here to here. From here to here. Then this one is more, so these. Nope. These are gonna be after a delay of 0. Linear, this one. We want that to, well, lineate. And these ones is 619 because we have 1 millisecond of after delay. Bitch. And then this, I think I made a mistake where this is supposed to be the same thing of after delay of 0, linear animation, and this one though is going back here after delay, no smart animate but instant. I just want to see if it works. I doubt it. Place it in the corner. It has a bit of a stop, and I think that's because this fucking thing. Yes. It has one less transition thing that it needs, and so yeah. I don't know. I think we are missing some corners, like we are only doing 180 degrees, and technically we should do this twice as much. So yeah, that could be a thing that you could have somewhere, but it feels weird. It feels like a gimmick type of thing, and it's just like, yeah, we needed to make sure we had something there, so we did that. Which is not great. But it works. It's a rotating thing. That's what happened. Let me delete that, because even though that's an option, it's just bad. I don't know. With that music, that was good. You could have the same thing with like the fog as well, so that it could take an angle of that rotating thing, and so it's rotating part of the conveyor belt. Maybe I was looking at the ray of light that is coming from here, so all that could work, but yeah, I don't know. What is that? That's a text. That's a layer. That's a... What you trying to do? Oh, that? You're complicating your life, I feel like. But fog like these. You just make sure that this one and this one are like pretty good. Just do that. Right? You get that, so that means that this is the fog, and then this is at 0, so it wouldn't be foggy. So when you have that, you just make that 40 for everything. 40, 40, 0, 0, 40. And so here, if I'm getting the effects of the background blur right here, like, I don't know, 40, 44, whatever. That, as you can see, that section it isn't. you can just do that. And on top of this, you can add your layer blur to get the fog effect. And that way you have your thing. RPG, yeah, maybe. Have a good gym time, Malcolm. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate that. Technically, the angular thing should be at 1% instead of 40. But right. That way you have your angle potentially, if you wanted to. It's not necessary. I don't know. Just option. But it needs something. That's all I'm trying to say. It needs something in that corner to not make it like that empty. I don't think there is a spline Figma thing. No, there isn't. There isn't a spline thing. I mean, going back to what I said to Khalil last time, it needs something, but that something might not be what you have at the moment. It might be something like the text needs to be fatter, bigger, wider, whatever, that we have. If we go back to these ones, landing page, and you just get the SaaS, I guess software, or the type of thing that they are. If you look at them, they are mostly like big font, and they have, like, specifically this one has a bit of things on the outside, but takes most of the screen. When I'm looking at yours, you are taking 33% of the screen technically. Like it's a 30-70 split, where I think it would be easier if it was the opposite, of like 70 for the text and 30 for the space, in which case 30 for just this would be great. That wouldn't like be too much. Going back to what we said with Khalil, which I know, I think he worked on that a bit, but that amount of font spacing that just give or take your attention away. So I'm directly focused on the designer, then product, then Khalil, which is kind of weird for reading the sentence, but the thing that I'm looking at is mostly here, and then I'm looking there, and there is like a ton of space in the middle, but still it's not that. I don't think the text needs to be centered in the page, but if it's centered in the page, then you need or will have like options. Like, ah, shit, I can't do that. Damn it. I don't wanna change. What font are you using? Ah, you're using Satoshi. Yeah, I haven't installed it. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in there, but I just don't know which fucking file it is. Can you just make them center aligned? And do you have bigger? Not really. Yeah. Or make them enter, just so I can switch things. Because right now I can't do shit. Thank you. Guess 320 for the buttons so that they can stay center. Then if we center that, then we have 2 lines here. Technically, the power unleashing the power of AI in one fucking line. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't, I mean, right there, it doesn't really need more things. Yeah, I do agree with that. If we bring that up a tad, then I have my fogs. I mean, the fogs is pretty cool, even on the fucking banner. That's interesting. It ties the top section and the bottom section at the same time. So that's interesting. And then, holy shit. And that. Maybe, I don't know. It feels really close. It feels like really, really, really close. Just see the thing. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm kind of scared of the Contact Us. That is kind of not as visible as the book a demo, which makes sense, right? That's, you're trying to not like book a demo. For fuck's sake. My entire thing is going to not work. So yeah, these two are kind of not visible enough. Can I do that? That's your current state. Only Will Lacoste. Hi, welcome on in. What do you mean? Can you show toes real quick? No. Not for free. Right. Current state. That, alright, that is pissing me off for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, it's too common. Like, it's the same as this, it's the same as this, it's the same as this, it's the same as all of these fucking websites already. Right? It's the fucking same. And there is no real differentiation compared to other websites that exist right here, for example. Like you could use like a gradient text again because everyone is using that, but it's not great. Like it's okay. Um, but they are all the exact same. They are all using all the one that have centered text are the exact same, and that is the exact same. That's pissing me off because it works, but you don't stand out. And because you don't stand out, you don't sell. Because you don't sell, then you go bankrupt and you don't get paid. I do feel like that is pretty cool. I like this with 3D. That's really nice. Specifically if it moves and if the blobs are animated and all that. That's really cool. I mean, I like that a lot because you get a hint that there is something underneath and you need a scroll. So you don't need to have like a scroll now, please. So that's pretty cool. Then you have cards and all that shit, so that's cool. But here, it makes sense. And it also doesn't. Nah. That's also kind of true. But I mean, Man Brave is the same on this one as well, right? If you look at this, or if you look at this, Unleashing the Power of AI, you don't learn what they do. I also have a bit of an issue with the Unleashing the Power of AI. That is like standing halfway alone. It's the power. It's not unleashing the power of AI. I also think, now that I'm in that, you got me. I was about to go, and now I'm here. This is animated. So, question, does your packages animate through the conveyor belt, or is it just the blobs that are animated? Because that changed kind of a bit of the visuals. Just the blobs? Alright, so if it's just the blobs, that's fine. It's kind of sad, but it's fine. You know what? I don't know. Ah, for fuck's sake. I got my zoom stuck again. bitch. RPG? No. Alright, so if you think about doing the chain animation on top of that animation, that might be too much. That's what I'm thinking. So technically, the chain animation, if I understand it well, is going from left to here, to then back there, to back here. And so that is bad, because you have an animation that goes from left to right, and then here you have an animation that goes from right to left. But then in that animation that has an S shape, this one is going back to right to left and then left to right. So you have your brain is having a lot of information in terms of visual and movement. So I don't know if that's useful, but this is great to hint there is something underneath. Kind of like that. I have a feeling that these on the banner, even though I like them a lot, the client will say this is like dust and dusty and foggy and on text, not great. So might not be the best option. I don't know. Fucking now I can't. Can I fucking scroll now on my... Yay! But if I do shit, but if I do that with that, I hear half of it. This is interesting in terms of when you take a look at the differences. I'm taking an oval shape for the content on the left side, and then there is a bit of just a glow thing. You could also just a glow thing, but it's too much. I can't think about that right now. I like that. It's I think what I like about it is the heaviness of the font compared to this. And also the fact that the sublines is 2 lines. Here it's 3. I know my brain. 3 lines, don't read. 2 lines, maybe. So that's a maybe. That's a, we'll never read anyways. My buttons are smaller, so you need to pay attention to what you need to click on. But you see the book now less than the unleashing the power of AI, and your eyes are really attracted to the banner, and the gradient doesn't feel empty. It's still empty, but because we are passing 50% technically of the page, then this is a reasonable empty state, right? I mean, if you look at that, reasonable empty state, right? It's kind of similar. If I go back to the 3D website, there are a lot of them are similar, but like this one, right? It has that. I don't like this because it's too small. I like the effect that they have on the 3D because it's really 3D. But see how this one, they take like 70% of the page on this thing because they don't really have much content next to it. Yeah. These ones, they're taking 100%. Yeah. Do you have like a bolder version of Satoshi that is available, like an ultra black or black version? Or is this the heaviest? I have a feeling the Satoshi doesn't go as heavy as I thought it would. Shit. Fuck. Yeah. I mean, nah. It feels I mean, it feels less. Like, look at let's check. Bitch, you changed again. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to check the same fonts, but I think bold is equivalent to that. Right, so this is Satoshi with my size, and then this is Inter in black, this is Inter in bold, which is kind of similar to this one. It's a bit. I do prefer this, but that's a very personal taste, so that depends on the client, as always. Depends on client, and I do think that's better. I don't think that this is necessary nowadays. Looking at that, and then if you're looking at Satoshi here, I really need to fucking install it. Can you try making it like 120 in size, and make sure that it's the exact same break, so that like it might be bigger in width, but I think 120 in font size, and then like just a bit larger. Yeah, that could work. It could. Not entirely sure. fuck's sake. This is taking way too long to load. Font is, as always, font comes off to the client anyways. And Satoshi is pretty good for geometric tech product. So I would take that for something that is like AI related. That makes sense. Yeah, so I think this, even though it's bigger, not good enough. I think this is good. I like that with Inter, not with Satoshi in the layout. I like that, and I prefer this. But if you need to go with that font, I would go with that or this. But once again, this is like really safe, really current trend, and not a statement per se. I mean, it's the same for the other options, but yeah. I think that's pretty good. Let me just do that. Right, these ones are Inter, this one is Satoshi, this one is Satoshi. But you have them organized. I think that makes kind of sense compared to this. Right? That helps. Kinda. But yeah, no, that's pretty good. That empty corner is away now. Like here, you don't need anything on the sides. It's good. You have the conveyor belt. You have the animated AI rated banner. That's good. And on these two, you don't really need something here. It's just like an empty space for breathing, meaning that on this one specifically, instead of being at 40, it could be like a bit more to balance the space we have in between the two. Yeah. Maybe. And then that's that's pretty good. You can have the state rotation that be here or there, but or maybe they are like lower down. I really think like if you take a look at the 3D website that are on Lapin, you will see that most of them, the header is not the most animated one. Like if you look at things like this one, it's kind of simple, and then it has a video here, but it's kind of simple. If you look at Maze, for example, oh shit, they changed. It's kind of simple, but it has like this transition thing. Yeah, that's interesting. That's pretty good. That is pretty interesting as well for pipeline steps. So yeah, you can add that in the overall thing, but lower down. Lower down. I know that we have what? I have a feeling that this one is weird. I don't think. Yeah, that's crazy. Eh. Yeah. I mean, you can. That's the thing. Even though I don't think they still have it. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. It's the end of the day. Fibery, this website, use. I think they updated it. Yeah. Used to have 6 different home pages depending on the reload. So if I was here and I hit F5 or Command R, it would show me a different copy, a different background, and a different use cases. Until on the 6th one, I get something that is like no bullshit, really Gen Z of like oriented stuff with the terminology and the words that they're using. And that was really interesting, but I think that is for the past. Yeah, I think my computer has just died at that instant. So, anyways, that happens. It was great. They changed. But anyways, you could 100% create multiple versions of the header and do some A/B testing on like their domain name or whatever they have, and from there you get like more or less information on which one works better. Technically speaking, A/B testing is
Denny
not,
$1 just resubscribed for 9 months.
not the same. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate that. For once, it's not a gifted sub from Stormy. Appreciate the sub though. Thanks a lot. Yeah. You could A/B test that. you could A/B test the header, and you can have like 6 if you wanted to, but nah. Anyways, I feel like I designed your fucking thing, so I'm gonna close that so that we're not biased. But yeah, no, it's pretty good. I think the overall like the overall font change is better, and the layout because the rest of your content is kind of center as well. I mean, it's not exactly center, but it takes a full width approach. Then you can entirely have the header being centered, and then the rest of the content is like left aligned but centered overall. So that could be interesting as well. And yeah, take everything everywhere. Right, that's it. Am I saying YouTube Cattle? I think we rated Cattle last time. No, we rated Toggerbit last time. I'm guessing I'm sending you to Pot this time because she's there. That's fun. Maddie, hi. Hi, bye, I guess. I hope you're good. You arrived too late. It's 2 in the afternoon. Been live for 4 hours and 16 minutes. That's a lot. I have issues. I have pursing issues. But yeah, welcome. All in. I hope you're good, Maddie. I hope everything is good. And yeah, I pressed the button. So I appreciate the look a lot. So as always, this is the end of the stream. So if you want to watch the VOD for some reason, that happens on YouTube. If you want to know when I'm live and where I'm live, this is on Discord. And if you want to follow me on other social media, this is the other social medias. And the schedule is as such, so I shall be back tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Japan time. And yeah, buy my stuff as always, and I will see you all very soon, I guess tomorrow. I hope I can find my ball. Out of context, that sounds weird, but I hope I can find my piercing ball and fix my shit. Anywho, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something. Be kind. And I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow. Or whenever you're here. Bye.